alongside the Fallen Angel, Pete Christmas. Done a lot of work on this car over the off-season. I'm not going to call it the off-season anymore, I'm going to call it the rebuild season, because it's all still connected with the race season, not actually having time off at all, we're just stripping everything down and rebuilding it. But a lot of some modifications, new hood scoop as well, and Pete looking, shall we say, to improve on his numbers that the car ran previously. That is a good looking run. 1080, 123, good turn of speed at the stripe as well there, Pete. Very nice run indeed. 686 to the 8th at 101. Very good run indeed. And a nice one there. A 973 at 93 there from Holly. So I think Pete will be smiling after that one. Well, the guy that needs no introduction whatsoever, but I'm going to introduce him anyway. This is Brian Star Savage. Oh, unfortunately, the Willis just been pushed back there. So Brian makes the long drive up here, swaps his tyres over, and basically gets out there and has a lot of runs. He really does. Car capable of running in the mid to low 10s. Oh, unfortunately, a bit of a leak actually underneath the Willis. And that's a 1085, 122 to open Brian's account for the weekend. But unfortunately a fluid leak there for the Willis. They're going to pop the hood and have a look and see where that's come from. Hopefully nothing untoward. It's the last thing you want, it really is. But they're just checking the fluid over. So they're just going to be down to one lane for a moment whilst they clear that one up. So Paul Singer, his first foray onto track this year. Nostalgia Superstock were running last weekend at the Festival of Power rescheduled. 390 cubic inch Plymouth Duster here. Vehicle's called Done and Dusted. Pedal to the metal all the way through. And that's 1277 106. Nicely done, Paul. Carrying lanes chock-a-block with cool vehicles down there. As I say, a lot of Nostalgia Superstockers down there. You can also see some Gasser Circus cars, and of course some of our regular Run With Your Brungers as well. Well, fingers crossed for Chris down there. Really hope that the Willis is A-OK, but we'll be able to find that out fairly soon. Chris Tyhurst, again a man who's loves doing plenty of street miles in this car. It's a 12-second car. I'd love it to be an 11, but experimenting with new rear tyres this weekend. Ooh, so the experiment's going to have another run actually. Not quite sure what's happened for Chris there, but proper enjoys this car, he really does. But to say, getting used to a new combination now. So Neve Smith then with Not Bad the Bad. And like everybody, or most of them here actually, first pass of the year, get used to the ride, and a 1390 at 99 mile an hour. Nicely done, Neve. A little lost in very capable hands there. Good news for Chris taking the Willis back to the pits there. So when I say good news, driving it back. So obviously whatever the fluid that it was that came out of the car, they managed to secure or stop the leak, whatever it was. So they need to get it back to the pits, just make doubly sure, and then they'll go back on to the end of the pairing lanes and get ready to do another run as and when. But good news there for Chris, so I'm really pleased about that. So the last thing you want to do is have a big fluid leak and it turns out to be a lot worse than what you initially fear. So that is real good news. So a few of the Wild Bunch cars making their way down into the lanes as well. As I say, quite a few nostalgia super stockers. Our race classes, yeah, let's have a look at our race classes this weekend. Don't forget it's going to be a very, very busy day with qualifying good and proper tomorrow. Obviously we've got Gasser Circus, a few of them are going to get a little bit track time today with Run What You've Rung. Nostalgia Superstock, as I say, around about 40 cars here in Nostalgia Superstock this weekend, going for 32 places in eliminations. We've got Outlaw Anglia, good representation from them as well. The Wild Bunch, there's always a good number of Wild Bunches here. I don't quite know exactly how many, but we will find out in the not too distant future. Of course, Supercharged Outlaws, one of their biggest entries ever actually. Really looking forward to seeing quite a few cars that haven't been here for a little while coming back out and doing their stuff on the quarter mile. So Supercharged Outlaws really going to put on a heck of a show for us this weekend. So yeah, so Gasser Circus, Nostalgia Superstock, Outlaw Anglia, Wild Bunch and Supercharged Outlaws. Also got the 100Es here as well. And good showing from them. It's their first meeting of the year, and had a chat with a couple of those guys in the lane, in the pits on my way down to the tower this morning, and they're all pretty keen, eager to get on with it. In its 15th year, that's Outlaw Street. Good number of their members here this weekend as well. And new for 2023, it's the Quarter Masters. And as I just look up from reading the programme, look at the window, I can see a few spots of rain on the windows once again. Oh, curses! But hopefully if it just remains spotting and it doesn't turn into a full-blown shower, we could dodge this one. So we just got to see what happens. So we're just going to be on pause just for a little while. Very, very annoying indeed. Okay, well, I'll stop waffling for a little while. As soon as we are good to go again, I'll pick it back up. But at the moment, I'm just on pause for a moment. SPRC and the track crew here for getting everything dried up after that deluge that we had a little while ago now. But job done, and in actual fact the sun coming out has really helped things along quite nicely indeed. Funny enough, especially in the pairing lanes as well, because there's quite a few puddles when I was down there not that long ago, and fortunately a lot of those have evaporated as well, so very, very good indeed. So track crew coming out. Ian is already down there as well, and of course with the sun out it's actually quite pleasant out there, so very good news indeed. So going to kick things off, and it's one of the Wild Bunch slingshots, and we saw this car out first thing. It was one of the few cars that did actually manage to get a run in straight away, but that was purely a checkout pass with Skip behind the wheel. And this is Skip's son Ford, and it is his first ever drive down the quarter mile in this car. Those of you remember way back when we used to have the tot rods, and there was one specific car that kept appearing. It was a little black one, and always put in good runs at Hot Rod Rags and Vintage Nationals, and of course the Nostalgia Nationals as well. That was driven by this young lad. His name is Ford, and of course it's Skippy's lad. So Ford Skip having a go. Launch, but certainly got rid of that by about 330 foot and just nailed it, so well done. So obviously that car will be going quicker as he now knows what to expect. Right, so a good old mix of vehicles in Run What You Brung. Got the Ralph Speed Shop. Ford back down once again. This is one of the other cars that got on early running, then literally hot-footed it straight back into the lanes and parked it up there for a little while. But this does not hang about at all. 1927 Ford going alongside one of our Nostalgia Superstock racers. This is Stuart Arthur. Nostalgia Superstock really well represented this weekend, knocking on the door 40 entries, which makes it very entertaining come qualifying, because only 32 of them will make it into eliminations. Nice 729 and 102 to the 8th, so that'll parlay into a low 11. Indeed it has. 11.14, 126. And a 14.54 at 98 there for Stuart. Now, I did have a great opportunity to have a look around this car that I used to call a Willis, and that was before I was either A, corrected, or B, had a good look around the vehicle myself. This is gorgeous. Bit of a barn find, really was. This car was rotten as a pear that had been well past its expiry date, and a completely new home-built chassis, powered by a big block Ford. It's a 1939 Ford. Let's get that correct straight away. It is not a Willis, despite it looking very similar from the back. But an absolute work of art. Trying a new rear setup, i.e. different tyres to what they normally run. The car has been in the 11s. Be interesting to see how they get on. But say, new rear tyres, a new combination. 167 to 60 foot. Now, we're always saying if you can get to the 8th in around about 7 seconds, it's looking good. Right, 773, so that's going to be a mid-11. Oh, it's not even there. It's a 1202, 116. But the numbers will come down. That car has already run in the 11s at 125 at the stripe. So we know there's plenty more to come. But bearing in mind, first outing of the year. So it's just getting everything back in place, getting used to where everything is. Proper old school Ford pickup. Really liking this. Thing is, though, you get to see these cars only like once or twice a year. But 1957 Ford pickup. That is in the obviously the slick tricks lane. And if you've got a Ford in one lane, nice to have a Chevy in the other, and that's exactly what we've got here. Chevy pickup from the 60s, of course. 12.07 at 108 and 13.51 at 101. Nice openers. Two real cool cars, actually. Obviously, you've got the Willis. Okay then, so that was a very, very quick rain shower indeed, and luckily it was just a few spots instead of a deluge. So we're back running once again. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Happy days. Right, my neighbour in the pits, actually. I left my caravan up here all week after last weekend, and arrived here yesterday and saw that Gary was pitted next to me. So this is Gary Cork. This beautiful Dodge. Again, a few tweaks over the off season, but wants to keep it purely as a street car. And dips into the 11s. That's a good looking opener, actually. Yeah, 1182, 113 miles an hour. He'll take that one very gleefully back to the pits and probably just check a couple of things over and get back in the lanes again. And why not? Okay, one of the Wild Bunch little Altereds. And a Ford Anglia. Unfortunately, well, yeah, I think that's the Lawson entry there. And we do know that's Ian Wild with the Wildcat down there. Jag straight 6 power. And Ian gets there with the 1503 at 91 miles an hour and 1903 at 68 the Anglia. Right, one of the Quartermasters cars, this lovely, proper old school Ford. Really do like that. So that's a 5 window. Going alongside, I do believe that's Graham Scrivens down there. With his Ford. Proper little launch there. Now we're going to see Graham straight into the 10s. Looks like he's going to be. Indeed he is. 10.22, 129 no holding back whatsoever there for Graham. And a 12.53 at 104. Well, if that was his opener, then Graham, well, he could be knocking on the door of the 9s this weekend. That would be outstanding. Well, it's normally Jack Bishop driving this car, but he stood behind as it's Andrew's turn once again this weekend in Barry the Barracuda. Going alongside Connor Hall with his Plymouth. And a 10.32, 123, and a 12.59, 105. For their first runs of the day. Nicely done. Okay, John Wilson, a new name to me with the Barracuda. And that's a 1968 Barracuda going alongside that lovely Mustang down there. Again, I believe that's a 68 as well. Oh, just getting a little bit of wheel spin there. So I would have thought that looks like treaded tyres down there that just wouldn't hook up and go. So nicely done there for John Wilson there, 14.17 at 97. And the Mustang eventually getting some traction, going 14.56 at 103. Right, another new name to me in this Nostalgia Superstar. This is Max Reed. Dodge Dart with a 446 cubic inch lump in there. The car's called Reedy's Dart, and why not? Going alongside Neil Francis. So good looking pass from Neil Francis there, goes 12.27 at 108. And Reedy goes through with a 13.75 at 101. Right, one of the potential quick cars of the day. This is Al Golding with the Decree Absolute Vauxhall. Very, very tidy car indeed. Roy Wilding just going through the town. Nice to see Roy. Always got a great story to tell, and always good to catch up with him. So Al Golding then. Going alongside Rich Butcher with the slingshot from the Wild Bunch. And that's right, is it Rich? No, I think it's the youngster. Well, great looking run there. Al, 9.21, 144. And a 13.92 at 105. Nicely done. Well, great thing about this event, you just, it's one of those, what I call it, box of chocolates pairing lanes. You just do not know what you're going to come around. You don't know what you're going to get next, do you? Great mix of vehicles that come around the corner. Proper, rather shall we say, a rapid forward in the slick tricks lane. And John Sleeth with his Camaro. This one doesn't hang about. Seen John campaign this car for a few meetings now. So it's a 440 cubic inch motor in there. That's a 67 Camaro. It runs in the 9s. Proper hard charging launch there for John. 6.21 at the 8th. That's going to be quick. Yep, 9.78, 136 miles an hour, and 11.18, 121. And not hanging about either in the slick tricks lane. Need to catch up with the guys with the Morgan in the pits. Actually, have a look around this car occasionally when it comes to run with your brungs and meetings like this, but don't always have a good opportunity to find out what they've been up to recently. But car looks a little bit different to the way I've seen it before. car certainly not designed for drag racing, but the car has been engineered very well indeed, and when it hooks and goes it really does build up speed very nicely. It has a good strong top end charge as well. Ian Tweddle then, for the second time of asking, he'd done his burnout, was coming up to the start line, and then unfortunately the weather hit and Ian got pushed back. So, but now he gets his opportunity. Oh, Morgan hooking up very nicely indeed. 101 at the 8th, so that should be what, 127, 128 at the 8th? 120, sorry, at the quarter, 125 miles an hour, 1080 the ET. Ian goes through with 1180 at 103. So Frankenstein Chevy, Simon again came down in the pairing lanes and then drove it back to the pits, and sorry about the interference. That's obviously Simon's engine that's causing that. When he disappears, that interference will disappear. And now about the 1932 Ford. We're representing the Quartermasters in the Slick Tricks lane. So Simon Devers just bringing the car to the line. There you go. As soon as he launches, the interference disappears off the radio wave. So, but hey, it is what it is. 694 to the 8th, 1103 at the stripe, and 1319 at 103 for the Ford in the Slick Tricks lane. So Paul Lawn out on bail in the 100E in the Run What You Brung category today. Well, that's fact, everybody's in Run What You Brung today. So let's see how Paul gets on, going alongside that lovely Falcon. $11.42, 103 there for Paul, and 12.64 all the ones in the Slick Tricks lane. Oh, now that is looking cool. That is a proper roof job there. In fact, don't know much about this one. 41, I think it is. But just looking at some of the clues on there, parachute normally only required if your vehicle's approaching 150 mile an hour, going over it, I should say. Running on slicks could be rather rapid. So let's see how this one goes. I say no information on the driver or the team or anything. So if anybody can let me know in due course by messenger, that would be brilliant. But let's see. Definitely check out passes at the early stage of the weekend. But sounds like there is a lot of potential there. So I look forward to seeing their progress over the course of the weekend. Oh, straight out the 1930s, all shook up that lovely little Ford. And of course we have another one of our 100Es. This is Jamie Hughes. Oh, just being pushed back. Oh, they're both being pushed back at the moment. And the pure reason for that is that got a car stranded in the shutdown area, so we will need to get that one retrieved. So just a pause for the moment. But as I say, we do have a car in the shutdown area that is stuck at the moment. So yes, we're just on hold to retrieve that one. And then once the track is clear, then we continue. But the quad is appearing from the top end. It's about half a mile. Well, maybe a bit less than that to get that car off at the end. So just a pause for a moment, but don't go anywhere. Looking pretty good now, actually. Track is looking excellent. Pairing lanes filling up nicely, and a good mix of vehicles, as you would always expect at the Run What You Brungs when you get a pre-73 at the Nostalgia National. So we'll pick up commentary once again very shortly when the track is clear and we are running once again. So the top end just about to be cleared as the quad tows the vehicle right down to the very end. Give them a few more moments to clear that. So we're good to go. So the 32 leaves the line. Sounding good, looking good. And that's the 1399 at 88 miles an hour. So Jamie Hughes down there. Yeah, not quite sure what the issue is there, so they're just pushing him back, but he'll be back. So next up to appear will be James Ord with the Little Faust Wild Bunch Dragster. Good to see James back, been quite busy as well, James. Had a very, very busy BRKC event. That's a British Rental Karting Championship. Always follow that with great interest. And James does all the commentary and interviews and everything for that, and does a cracking job with that. And also rides bikes in his spare time, driven all sorts of vehicles in many different disciplines over the years. But this is a good release for James, actually, bringing this dragster out. So much history with this vehicle as well. And of course, like most of the Wild Bunch cars, it is their first outing of the year. So no burnout for James, so just a checkout pass. No details, unfortunately, on the car in Kestrel Lane. Very, very nice looking car, very rapid as well. 8th mile, 884, 75 miles an hour. And that's a 1411 at 93 at the stripe. Very tidy indeed. So just rolling through 2318, 80 mile an hour there for James. So obviously they'll get back to the pits, go through it, and get ready to come down once again. So Paul Hammond down there with his that's a cracking car, actually. Always good to catch up with Paul. 32 Ford. New set of boots on the back. I've done a huge amount of work over the winter on the car, to be honest. I was trying to find things on it, and just normal sort of tinkering, if you like. But bearing in mind that is a 10-second car, it does not hang about at all. And one of the outlaw street cars down there, 555 cubic inch motor in this Dodge. I don't know who the driver is, unfortunately, but I will try and get hold of an Outlaw Street, a list of people who's here this weekend, and find out more. But that is looking very nice indeed. Very nice 920, 149. Paul goes through 1114 at 119. Chris Laram for Nostalgia Superstock going alongside Pete Wiseman. So conditions not too bad for the Nostalgia Superstockers at the moment. Bit of a headwind to contend with, but apart from that, pretty good. Tiny bit of wheel slippage on the line there from Pete, so that'll put him into the 10s instead of the 9s. Yep, 1042, 133. Chris, 1411 at 99. Well, if the chap driving the car in the Kestrel Beer Lane isn't smiling, then there's something wrong with the world. This is Bob Main, one of the most cheerful characters you'll ever meet anywhere in the world. Just loves life. Always out there to entertain. A bit of a joker, but all-round good egg, I think, is the best way to describe him. Been here all week as well. Obviously lives in Scotland, so it's a fair old trek for him to come backwards and forwards all the time. So he decided to stay on site. Going alongside Bob Gallagher. Lovely old Ford. Very, very tidy car indeed. It's a Ford Fairlane. Only a 289 cubic inch engine in this one. But the great thing is this, it's not overstressed and absolutely perfect for nostalgia superstock. As I say, not one of the quickest cars, but just being part of it and enjoying what you're doing is what it's all about. Did actually roll the beam, so unfortunately he's not going to get a speeder ET. Oh yes he is, sorry, yes he will be. Well, you can forget about the ET because he rolled the beam, so the MPH will be the telling factor there. Bob goes through with a 1467 and 1896, knock off 3 seconds at least for the rolling the beams there, and he went through at 87 miles an hour. So Jamie Hughes got whatever it was sorted, so has come up to the line in the 100E. $790 at 95 for the 8. Goes across the stripe, 11.99. Good turn of speed as well, actually, 120 miles an hour at the finish line. Dave Mott with his 100E going alongside a guy that was hoping to have a new engine in the car this weekend, but unfortunately not quite ready yet, so stick with his old lump. This is, of course, a young Jason Dodd. Mind you, not wrong with the engine that he's got. He's just got another one that's going to give him a few more smiles and launch a bit harder and go a bit quicker. So Jason Dodd representing Surrey Muscle, of course. And again, he's always quite cheerful as well. So Jason goes through with a 10.94 at 123. Dave Mott, 13.08 at 102. Very, very nice looking Gen 2 Camaro down there. I would hazard a guess on the number plate, that's a 454 big block in there. Running slicks, Perspex windows, see it all caged up as well, so that's got potential. Going alongside the 56. Very, very nice indeed. Love the colour scheme. Rolling Gold is the name of the car. 377 cubic inch power. And that is moving along very nicely indeed. Goes 12.86 at 103. The Camaro goes 14.69 at 94. I've got a sneaky suspicion there's a lot more to come from that Camaro. All right, we got Taz, Darren Scannell underneath the haven't seen Darren since, well, probably September last year actually. Well, same with all the Taz guys. Racers, a great group of people, and you go to any show or run or something like that, and you normally see the Taz racers out there. Going alongside, I think that's Danny Wilson down there. Spent a lot of time looking at this car last night. It is drop dead gorgeous. There's so much individuality with that car. Not that I'm going to go and tell you to do this, but the fit on the doors, you just close the door, they just latch beautifully in that very satisfying clunk. And you know what I mean by that. It's just absolutely perfect, and yet under the skin of this car is a 9-second street car. Does not hang about at all. Darren Scannell driving it as always for all it's worth. Nice, you've got two 9-second cars here actually. Darren goes 10.75, 10.56 for Danny. But as I say, they're in the 10s today, and when they all get hooked up, they'll both be in the 9s over the course. Maybe even today, actually, but certainly over the course of the weekend. Well, we've got another car with a little bit of interference for the PA system here. We're not telling them to fit electrical suppressors or anything, but it does resonate quite well, and that is purely the way these engines are on some of these cars. Right, we've got Andy Park that's directly below us. I know it's not Andy's car, so it's on the other side. Well, Andy, I had a catch up with Andy last night whilst doing the pit walkabout. Got a new set of heads on there. So it's like a bedding in run, but knowing Andy, he'll drive it how he feels the car is going. And that is proper old school. That 90, straight out of 1930, this one. But got all the bits on it to make it go quick by the looks of it. Again, I've got no details on it. Brand new set of slicks on the rear. The stickers have only just come off on the burnout. So Andy Park then, let's have a look at the 8th. 6.58, 104, so that's straight into the 10s for Andy by the looks of it. Yeah, 10.38, 128, that's gone really well for his first pass. Car has run well into the 9s, but his first outing, the way the car is set up now, 10.38, 128. A wee grin, I think, for Andy when he gets his timing slip. As the young man doing the jogging up the track, TCA, or Thomas Cook Abbott as we know him, has actually driven this car. This is Mike Couch's car, Little Hemi Hunter. And Thomas had, let's say, a season to remember so far this year. Although he hasn't raced anything on track yet, he's joined us in commentary for a couple of events so far this year, doing a sterling job out there. And one of the things that we have to do within commentary is to future-proof ourselves, if you like, because there may be events that some of us aren't available, or fortunately over the last sort of 15 years that Darryl and I have been here, we haven't had any sort of illnesses or issues or something like that. But one day one of us might get the lurgy or something like that, unable to attend, and we need a backup plan, and Thomas has stepped up very well indeed. Thought there was potential in him, and he's proved his worth, so well done, Thomas. But it's all about the driver for this one now. Let's see. Oh, just getting a little bit squirrely off the line there. And did actually pull the car over to the right hand side, just climbing out. So obviously that car will be retrieved, and as per usual, get it back to the pits, suss out what's happened, and all being well, back out again this afternoon, and get another run going. Well, let's have a quick look at it into the lanes. Whole gaggle of people are down there. Richard Warburton and Rachel. Rachel, very good afternoon to you. I don't think she can hear me from the tower there, but Richard in the lanes with the Prozac Willis. Directly below us, Lee Charles with the Nostalgia Superstocker. Charles play, of course. his first outing of the year. Adrian Portelli is in the lanes. There's a good mix of vehicles down there. Chris Skinner down there as well, but bonnet's been up a little while with that small block Chevy powered Fiat. Yep, small block Chevy powered Fiat, and it is original wheelbase, I think. So yeah, real good mix of vehicles in the lanes at the moment, but just on a slight pause whilst we get this little slingshot towed up to the top end. So Jason goes through with a 10.94 at 123. Dave Mott 13.08 at 102. Love the colour scheme. Rolling Gold is the name of the car. 377 cubic inch power. And that is moving along very nicely indeed. Goes 12.86 at 103. The Camaro goes 14.69 at 94. I've got a sneaky suspicion there's a lot more to come from that Camaro. The skin of this car is a 9-second street car. Does not hang about at all. Dan Scannell driving it, as always, for all it's worth. That's right, you've got two 9-second cars here, actually. Running, Darren goes 10.75, 10.56 for Danny. But the stickers have only just come off on the burnout. So Andy Park then, let's have a look at the 8th. 6.58, 104, so that's straight into the 10s for Andy by the looks of it. Yeah, 10.38, 128, that's gone really well for his first pass. Oh, just getting a little bit squirrely off the line there. So Lee Charles with Charles Play out for his first run of the year. And straight out the 1960, the Morris Minor. Shall we say it's got a bit wider than when it first came out of the factory all those years ago. I love the colour scheme as well in the Gulf colours. Lovely launch there for Lee. Carried the front wheels to the tree. 987, 135. Very good opener indeed there for Lee. The Minor goes through with a 1328 at 99. Big message on the back of the little Austin A40. Happy birthday, Carly. Going alongside Richard Warburton with Prozac. And nice to see Rachel here as well today. We'll no doubt have a proper catch-up with Rachel and Richard this evening. Oh, a little bit of popping and banging there. Not quite know what's... Well, they'll get back to the pits and have a look at it, but I'm going to hazard a guess at fuel starvation, but I have not got a clue. Yeah, coast across the line at 1776 or 53. And little Austin not having it all his own way either. 1898 at 51. So just get those two cars cleared from the top end. Well, they both made the turn off under their own steam, so good news. Right, pair of stockers. Adrian Portelli, of course, with that beautiful Dodge. Really does look tidy. And of course, Glenda Thompson. So pick your charger. Different years, obviously. Adrian's going to get there first with a 1098. Glenda goes 1431. Well, we've seen individual gas circus cars. Now we've got a pair of them. It is, of course, Green Onions. Ray and Harvey Turner's Ride. And, of course, Steve Matthews with Honky Tonkin. Customary wheelie there for Steve. And Ray not hanging about. Low 10, possibly a 9. It is a 981, 133 there for Steve. And a 1095, 118 for Ray Turner. Right, Dean Maudsley in Gas Circus. The old car's called the Defiant one. It's a Chevy Coupe, 383 cubic inch motor in there. Going alongside Joe Stevens, the Sunbeam Stiletto, car that defies all logic. Twin turbo, street legal, and once all hooked up and going well, will be in the 7-second zone. But Joe here for some testing today and over the course of the weekend. But 962, 149, nice opener for Joe. And Dean goes through with a 1326 at 98. Right, Supercharged Outlaws, Keith Freeman. He is appearing in the Kestrel beer lane, going alongside the bootlegger Camaro, Simon Boot. Well, if there's a guy that deserves Lady of Good Luck to make an appearance, it's Simon Boot, constantly trying to get everything sorted on the car, and it will come. It will come. Maybe it's going to be this weekend that Simon finally gets all his ducks in a row and gets some good runs in. I'm really rooting for him. Going alongside Keith Freeman, and of course talking about ducks in a row, you've got Martin the Duck Hill down there. The real Martin Hill, as he likes to be known. Keith got good 9-second form with this car. So, a pair of supercharged Outlaws. Lots of wheel spin there for Simon. Eventually gets it hooked up. Keith Freeman goes 9.76 at 139. Simon goes 11.74. But look at the speed for Simon. 146 miles an hour. Once the car settled down, it was gone. So certainly building up the speed. So it's all about the traction now. Yeah, having a good look at the tyre marks. But Simon, 110 miles an hour at the 8th and 146 at the stripe. Very good indeed. Well done. Just get the launch sorted out, and I would say they were back. Excellent job. Having said that, just looking on the track, a little bit of debris out there, so I'm not quite sure what's actually come off Simon's car. But well done, Martin and the team, for Keith. Nice opener for him. So track crew, I think it's just a case of taking the tractor out and having to sweep up, but I don't know what it is. It could even be something like rubber from the wheel arches. I'm not quite sure, because it's about a car's width wide and there's just like a little lump, so not 100% certain, but from here it does actually look like chunks of tyre rubber. Looking down below us to see what's coming up next, the belly tank. Haven't seen that for a while. One of the coolest looking vehicles you'll ever see grace a drag strip. That is just so like period correct. Great bit of engineering. That looks great, and even the driver just looks absolutely bang on. Very, very cool indeed. And you got the supercharged 1930s Ford down there, unless it's the late 1920s version, which I think it probably is. But yeah, that looks proper down there. So just a little pause at the moment whilst we just do a little bit of a track sweep. So pick your charger, different years obviously. Adrian's going to get there first with a 10.98. Glenda goes 14.31. Customary wheelie there for Steve. And Ray not hanging about. Low 10, possibly a 9. It is a 9.81, 133 there for Steve. And a 10.95, 118 for Ray Turner. Eagle. And once all hooked up and going well, we'll be in the 7-second zone. But Joe here for some testing today and over the course of the weekend. But 9.62, 149, nice opener for Joe. Lots of wheel spin there for Simon. Eventually gets it hooked up. Keith Freeman goes 9.76 at 139. Simon goes 11.74. But look at the speed for Simon. 146 miles an hour. Right, the belly tank. I'd say one of the coolest looking vehicles you'll see here. A little bit too much power off the line. Coast on through with an 1874 at 68 miles an hour. So Lee Johnston with Ain't No Saint, the Volvo Gasser. Going alongside Holly Butcher. A lovely little Dodge. Making an appearance in Nostalgia Superstock this weekend. So a good opener for Lee, straight into the 10s. And getting quicker, 10.10 this time round, 132 miles an hour. 454 cubic inch big block Chevy in there. Right, another pair of supercharged Outlaws, and this time it's a pair of Fiat Topolinos. You've got Ian Merriweather with Banzai. Going alongside for fun, it is Robbie Grabham with Freddy's Revenge. Robbie got his first 6 last year, went 6.97 at 194 mile an hour. But not only that, they debuted an Avenger body on the car as well, and that went straight into the 7s as well. So really, really good performances from Freddie's Revenge last year. Aiming for low 7s if they can today, hoping for a full pull, obviously. So good to see Dave here. Well, the whole gang down here with Freddie's Revenge. Ian Merriweather makes his way over from the Isle of Man, of course. The Banzai altered, beautiful looking machine. As I say, first runs of the year for these two. Well, Robbie bouncing all over the lane there, but driving it like an altered, and is exactly what he said. Aiming for a low 7, and that's what they got. A 7.37, 190 miles an hour. Very, very good run indeed. And Ian Merriweather, the Banzai, 9.24 at 1 click today. Was 125 miles an hour in 5.43 at the 8th. But nevertheless, a good pairing. So those two just making their way around the corner. Robbie towing the chutes round, and Ian goes, well, we're going to go past him. Obviously with the chutes hanging out. So they've cleared the top end, no problem at all. Right, Stuart Arthur back down with the Plymouth. And going alongside the jumping jalapeno from the Gasser Circus, of course, Jason Hollenby. Well done to the Freddie's Revenge team, Dave. That was a cracking opener. You did exactly what you said you'd do. Ran in the 7s, very nice opener, and of course, Ian Merriweather's team as well, going to collect Banzai from the top end. All right, Jason Hollenby on course for a 10-second pass straight away. He does. 10.76 at 121. And Stuart goes 13.80 at 99. Loving these two. So Quartermasters, a new gathering, if you like. A call back to the earliest days of drag racing, bringing custom hot rods back on the track where they belong. And could never be said anything truer than that statement. Brian Savage on course for another 10. This time it's a 10.75 and 11.86, 113 in the Slick lane. But say, I don't fortunately know who the driver is, but I will find out. So, Colin Wood Jr. with the Husky, 1955. And again, another car that I will find in the pits after commentating today, find out a bit more information about it. It's this Ford in the Slick Tricks lane. Well, a little bit of a double step there for Colin. But again, first runs of the year, so can't expect to be perfect every single run, but nevertheless, a good turn of speed at the stripe, 127 miles an hour, 11.77 seconds the ET. And the Ford goes through 11.13 at 122. So John Wilson with the Barracuda lines up against the Mustang. Well, this time no wheel spin from the Mustang off the line. And the net result going much better this time. Goes 13.22 against a 14.18 there. Good job. So you got the 57 Ford pickup going alongside Chris Tyhurst with his Chevy. Let's see how he gets on this time. Obviously a new tyre combination that he's got to get his head round. Probably adjusted the tyre pressures. I think they're probably a little bit too high on his first run. So knocked a few PSI out of them, and the car's hooked much better this time. And goes 12.45, 113, 13.36 at 101 in the Sweetness Plane. Graham Scrivens with the pop. And the 32 Ford. Again, another one representing the quartermasters. I'm loving the way this is actually presented. Graham Scrivens pedal to the metal all the way. 10.22, 129. And a 13.48 at 103. John Dalrymple with the full tilt. Of course, the Willis. Oh, and the Angry Bird. Now, I had a real good catch-up. And I didn't know much about the power plant in this, but got all the information that I needed now. It's essentially a 3-litre 2JZ engine in there. Turbocharged as well. Can run in the 9s. So it is no slouch at all, this car. Just on hold just for a moment whilst John Dalrymple takes his run. And well, 9.98 for John, but unfortunately problems. Fingers crossed, not too bad. That looks like a tiny spot of fluid. Nothing too major. Fingers crossed. But yeah, so here for testing this weekend, and all being well, you may see that car appear in a couple of weeks' time. That's the Angry Bird car. Very well engineered, basically self-built. Real cool car. Okay, let's have a look as we get ready for our appearance of Scott Collin with Adrenaline Rush. Oh, that's a beautiful opener. Arrow straight all the way to a 942 at 146 miles an hour. Is Monica smiling? She is. Excellent job. Very, very good indeed. So, Scott, that was a nice opener for him. 608, 117 at the 8th, and 942, 146 at the stripe. Well done, Scott. I think he has actually run this year already at one of the private test days, but first time I've seen the car this year, and doing a good job. Oh, just a little bit of a tidy up in the Kestrel beer lane. Fingers crossed. Hopefully the Angry Bird car is okay. So a good old look under the bonnet. You can see the turbo now, and the brilliant inlet for it on the bonnet as well. Okay, so yeah, just a little pause a moment whilst they clear that one up. Jason goes through with a 10.94 at 123. Dave Mott, 13.08 at 102. Love the colour scheme. Rolling Gold is the name of the car. 377 cubic inch power. And that is moving along very nicely indeed. Goes 12.86 at 103. The Camaro goes 14.69 at 94. I've got a sneaky suspicion there's a lot more to come from that Camaro. The skin of this car is a 9-second street car. Does not hang about at all. Darren Scannell driving it as always for all it's worth. And actually, you've got two 9-second cars here actually. Darren goes 10.75, 10.56 for Danny. But the stickers have only just come off on the burnout. So Andy Park then, let's have a look at the 8th. 6.58, 104, so that's straight into the 10s for Andy by the looks of it. Yeah, 10.38, 128, that's gone really well for his first pass. Oh, just getting a little bit squirrely off the line there. Love the colour scheme as well in the Golf colours. Lovely launch there for Lee. Carried the front wheels to the tree. 987, 135. Very good opener indeed there for Lee. So pick your charger. Different years, obviously. Adrian's going to get there first with a 10.98. Glenda goes 14.31. Customary wheelie there for Steve. And Ray not hanging about. Low 10s, possibly a 9. It is a 9.81, 133 there for Steve. And a 10.95, 118 for Ray Turner. Eagle. And once all hooked up and going well, we'll be in the 7-second zone. But Joe here for some testing today and over the course of the weekend. But 9.62, 149, nice opener for Joe. Monster wheel spin there for Simon. Eventually gets it hooked up. Keith Freeman goes 9.76 at 139. Simon goes 11.74. But look at the speed for Simon. Saying one of the coolest looking vehicles you'll see here. A little bit too much power off the line. Well, Robbie bouncing all over the lane there, but driving it like an altered, and is exactly what he said. Aiming for a low 7, and that's what they got. A 7.37, 190 miles an hour. Very, very good run indeed. And Ian Merrier, the Banzai, 9.24 at 1. Okay, let's have a look as we get ready for our very quick clear up indeed. Appearance of Scott Collin with Adrenaline Rush. So you've got Neve with Not Bad the Bad. Oh, that's a beautiful opener. Arrow straight, all runs the way through. 9.42 at 146 miles an hour. Neil Francis in the Monica Scott. So a 12.30 and a 12.95. Nicely done, Neve. That's her first 12. Very happy with that one. a Chevy C10 truck. Ah, the infamous Aussie Falcon. Gorgeous looking car, that. Thing is, I keep calling it the Aussie Falcon. I'll probably find out that it didn't come from Australia, but there we go. We're saying that is right-hand drive, which you obviously don't find in the States. So the C10 going nicely. 12.05 at 108, and the Falcon goes to 13.03 at 103. So it's the Fadster with Twister. Well, not quite sure what's happened with Fadster there. Well, the car lost fire, or was labouring and then lost fire after the burnout, but bizarrely nothing visible. But the track crew have spotted something up there. So Andy and the gang will get back into the Supercharged Outlaws pits, and fingers crossed. Well, there is obviously something out there because the track crew are clearing something up. But I know Andy's got a containment device on there as well, so fingers crossed. So pick your charger, different years obviously. Adrian's going to get there first with a 10.98. Glenda goes 14.31. Customary wheelie there for Steve. Ray not hanging about. Low 10, possibly a 9. It is a 981, 133 there for Steve. And a 1095, 118 for Ray Turner. Eagle. And once all hooked up and going well, we'll be in the 7-second zone. But Joe here for some testing today and over the course of the weekend. But 962, 149, nice opener for Joe. Lots of wheel spin there for Simon. Eventually gets it hooked up. Keith Freeman goes 976 at 139. Simon goes 1174. But look at the speed for Simon. Saying one of the coolest looking vehicles you'll see here. A little bit too much power off the line. Well, Robbie bouncing all over the lane there, but driving it like an altered, and is exactly what he said. Aiming for a low 7, and that's what they got. A 737, 190 miles an hour. Very, very good run indeed. And Ian Merrier, the Banzai, 924 at 1. Okay, let's have a look as we get ready for our appearance of Scott Collin with Adrenaline Rush. Oh, that's a beautiful opener. Arrow straight all the way to a 942 at 146 miles an hour. It's Monica smiling. So engines fired up once again as Ian parks the tractor back on station. So fingers and everything crossed for the Fadster and the Twister team. Really hope that that's not anything untoward with the car there, and hopefully it's just a fluid leak of some description that can be an easy fix. We'll always hope for a good outcome. So Graham Barton with high anxiety, the Gasser Circus entry that is here for Run What You Brung today, but tomorrow they go in qualifying for the class and then of course into eliminations on Sunday. Alongside one of the Taz cars, I'm not actually sure who's driving this one, but does come along to a few of the events wherever Taz Racing are. Very purposeful machine as well. And that's hooked up and got beautifully. 142 to 60 foot. Whoa, he's getting a little bit squirrely. The block falls over in sympathy. Goes 1051 at 114. Graham Barton goes through with a 1088 at 121. So Chris on the moped then going to go to half track and hop over the wall and put the block back in place, and then we can continue. So 64 Barracuda going alongside the Wild Budge Altered. Good mix of vehicles. That's what I love about Run What You Brung at these events. So Alan Schofield having a lot of fun with this little car. Came out of the dragster and gone into this one. Goes 927, 153 and 1038, 130 for the Barracuda. So good openers from those two. So we believe it's Isaac Butcher behind the wheel of that little slingshot. The car is called the Fourth Dimension. Going alongside a very rapid 32 Ford indeed. Cool as anything you like. Isaac got the nerves out of the way and is starting to drive the car really well. That'll do, 1232, 113. And 1325 at 99 for the 32 Ford. Right, another new driver this year. This is Ford Skip with the Slingshot Dragster. This will be his second ever outing. The first one was about an hour and a half ago. That's cool. Mash the nail pedal, just a little bit of a pedal as you approach the 330, but taking it all the way through. It goes 1039 at 136 miles an hour. Excellent job. Yes, we like that. Big thumbs up. Well done, Ford. He's big. He's now gone quicker, faster than I've ever gone. And his second ever pass in the car. Well done. So Bob Gallagher once again with the Ford, going alongside this Gen 2 Camaro. So the Camaro gets there first, goes 13.72 at 91, and then 15.10 there from Bob. At 88 miles an hour the stripe. Actually turned into a very pleasant afternoon out there. Sun is getting quite warm now, which is what we like. Actually, we're looking good for the rest of the day, to be honest, so let's see how we get on. Steve Foreman brings his Impala down to the line. Lovely car, the Impala from Steve. Go alongside 32 in the Slick Tricks lane. $15.09 at 93, and Steve goes $15.99 at 85. So Adam Novak, first time we've seen Adam this year. Mashes the loud pedal, gives it all it's got. Going alongside the 39 Ford. Adam goes 11.08 and 11.92 into the 11s. Julian Davison with the 100E, and not quite sure who is in the Kestrel lane. One of our Outlaw Street entries. It's a little bit high on the revs and gets it gathered up, nails it again. Good turn of speed at the stripe. Yeah, going to be 130 plus. It is 132, 10.97. And Julian goes 13.27 at 102. All right, Gary Cork and Pete Dodd, your next pair. So a couple of nostalgia super talkers then with Gary Cork and Pete Dodd. Pete racing last weekend, consistently in the 9.2s, and eventually got this 9.16 that he was dialing in. And Gary Cork looking to get into the 11s. on a regular basis. Yep, 926, pretty much exactly where Pete left off last week, so that's where he should be dialing in. And again, yep, 1184, 112. They've both got race cars this weekend. Excellent stuff. Or should I say behaving race cars? Simon DeVos with the Frankenstein Chevy. And the Rolling Gold 56. Here's once again in the Kestrel Lane, very tidy looking car. Simon goes 12, 12, 110, and a 1531 at 92. So Dean Maudsley once again in the Slick Tricks lane. Chevy pickup. No further information on that particular vehicle here, purely for Run What You Brung. But Dean Maudsley running in Gasser Circus this weekend. 20 entries in Gasser Circus, really strong for their opener. And Dean goes 14.38. Purposeful burnout there for Jason Dodd. Going alongside Chris Layram. Box full of neutrals there, wouldn't shift from first to second there for Jace. As Chris gets a 14.16. Jason coasting across the line there at 44 miles an hour, 18.43. But yeah, car launched well, 151 to 60 foot, but wouldn't shift from first to second. So back to the pits. Suss out what's gone wrong, get it back down the lanes again. So Connor Hall with the really good looking Plymouth, and really great to see this Willis back. And it will be the Willis getting there first. 11.03 at 121, plays at 12.52 at 106. Ian Wild with the Wildcat. He's running in the Wild Bunch. Gets a 13.57 at 108. And an 18.87 at 74 in the Slick lane. Oh, who doesn't love a try Chevy? So Robin Derrick with a 422 cubic inch Bel Air Chevy. And that's Phil Hobson going through in the Slick Tricks lane with a 12.21 at 110. And a 16.30 for the Chevy. So good to see the watch shop now making an appearance. Been parked up in the pits for a little while. This is Glyn Boardman. Good to catch up with Glyn yesterday. And again, it's the Ralph Speed Shop entry down there. That's a cool car. Aerodynamics of a bungalow, but the performance belies the aerodynamics. It really does. Doesn't hang about. Glyn might catch it at the stripe. I don't think so. No, 11.33 plays a 12.03. Storming speed there for Glyn. 134 miles an hour at the stripe. We know that car can go 2 seconds quicker though, so the terminal speed was no surprise there. But a 311 60 foot tells the story. That car would normally be 1516. Pick your Ford. Two proper cars down there. Herring Lane still chock-a-block with vehicles. Got Ray Colclough below, so you can see Duncan Watts in the lanes as well. So the rest of the watch shop have all made it down. Got the Morgan about to come through as well. The Ain't No Saint, Volvo Gasser down for another run as well. Graham Scrivens is down there. A couple of the Wild Bunch cars. Good mix of vehicles in the lanes, ready to get some runs in here. Day 1 of 3 here at the Nostalgia Nationals, the 2023 edition, of course, in association with the NSRA, and it's actually turned up very pleasant outside. The early morning weather that was a little bit annoying to say the least is all but gone now. Good looking launch there from Ray. The run ain't bad either. 980, 136 off the trailer. And the Morgan goes through with 1109 at 123. .32 Ford going alongside the Ain't No Saint Volvo Gasser, 454 cubic inch motor in there. Guess what the power adder is? Yep, you can see it. High and mighty on the top of the engine there. Say no more. A little bit of a double step off the line there for Lee. Just going to hurt the ET a fraction, but let's see what happens at the stripe. The low 10s is where this car normally is. And yeah, the double step cost him a couple of tenths there. 1061, 130. Well, we call it a double step. Could be just a fuel surge issue, and it just needs to sort of clear and catch and go again. Right, I think that's Duncan Watts down there. So I can't see him on the outside of the car, going alongside Simon Glenn with the straight shooter. So you've got Nostalgia Superstock lining up alongside Gasser Circus. .1008, 139 miles an hour. Wasn't sure if he was going to shift into another gear or not then, but nevertheless, a nice opener. Simon goes 17:30, just a little bit off pace from where he normally is. Right, just a little pause. So just shuffling cars around in the lanes. Oh, so good to see this car make an appearance. This is your former national champion in Junior Dragster, making his debut in Nostalgia Superstock. This is Matthew Dowdy. Michael Dadd standing alongside, very proud indeed. And Matthew's first pass in this car. So it'll be a sighting run just to see how things are. And, well, Matthew's just taking it all the way through. Spot the racer. That'll do. 13:24, 106. So well done Matthew, well done Michael. Happy days. And Matthew Dowdy. Bizarrely, that's his first quarter-mile run. All of his runs over the years have been 8th mile, but well done to Matthew Dowdy. So, Spencer Tidswell and Graham Scrivens. Spencer's first run of the day. Goes 10:52, 133, and Graham goes 10:37. Dave Mott going alongside Colin Wood Jr. See, that Husky is a really cool wagon, that. Hillman Husky. Such a good looking vehicle, that. In actual fact, they both are, without a shadow of a doubt. Well, the Husky with a much better pass this time round. 11:57 at 124. Dave goes 13:69 at 102. So Brian Savage knows more about drag racing than most of us have forgotten, to be honest. Crewed in, of all things, Nitro Funny Cars back in the day. Various cars, but notably Dennis Priddle going alongside the Morris Mine. Unfortunately, I don't know the driver's name. But Brian in the 10s once again, this time a 10:79 at 124. and a 12.83 at 104. Well, Brian Watson has brought the slingshot down to the start line, but unfortunately it looks like it's been towed back to the pit. So whatever the issue is, fingers crossed, guys. And we'll get to see that car appear a little bit later on. Meanwhile, John Sleeth with his Camaro going alongside the Chevy truck. One in the 11s, one in the 9s. 977 and 137. Plays the 12 flat with 108. Stuart Flitton makes his appearance at last. Been sat in the pits all day long, watching the world go by, and now decides to bring the car down to the line. Going alongside Paul Lawn, the Out on Bail 100E in the Kestrel Beer Lane. Two quick cars, see how they get on. Oh, a little bit, wiggly from there from Paul. Stuart straight and true. Goes 11.43, Paul goes 12.67. Okay, got Lee Charles with Charles Play. It's an appearance this time in the Kestrel Beer Lane. Going alongside Max Reed. Say a new name to us in Nostalgia Superstock with Reedy's Dart. Nice launch there from Lee once again. Now he was straight into the lines off the trailer. I think he's going to stay there. Oh no, 10.06, just go this way round. And Reedy's Dart goes 13.80. So James Auld with Little Faust, and that is, it's the Maras. Pete Brown behind the wheel. Unfortunately, we've only got one slingshot from the Maras this weekend, as Rebel is having some surgery on his engine. And unfortunately, Rathchild backed out of the run there. 12.82 for James, 102, nice run for him, and 15.13 for Rathchild. Well, fingers crossed there for the Maras. Don't want two wounded sticks going forward. Well, unfortunately, Rathchild has stopped just shy of the second exit, so just going to need a quad to come and attach a tow rope and get it off at the end. Very unusual for the Maras to have problems. The car's very, very well looked after indeed. Unfortunately, we do know that Rebel is having some work on the engine at the moment, so unable to bring that car here. So just the one for them this weekend. And the first run, and hopefully Rathchild is A-OK, but we'll find out in due course. Fingers crossed. Should be right. Well, the team seem happy enough. What do we reckon? No idea. Okay, just wondered if they had a clue, but yeah, they'll find out. Well, looking in the lanes once again, you can see Not Bad the Bad is down there, and I think that's Billy with the Willis down there. And looking in the lanes, Bob Main is down there, Paul Hammond, Jason Pickett, his first appearance with the Cherry Bomb Gasser, is I think a Willis tucked in between them, but quite well hidden by the staircase here and hidden behind Paul's Roadster. So yeah, good mix of vehicles in the lanes once again. In fact, I can have a look from here. I can see Joel Kerr has made it down with a stiff shifter. Really good to see him. Martin Hallam is down there with Whiplash. So yeah, good bunch of vehicles in the pairing lanes at the moment, as it will be all day long. Because all the vehicles here today are certainly good and certainly worthy of the event. Yeah, it is indeed. Billy Jones, who was in the running for the championship last year, actually. Gorgeous car. Going alongside Neve with Nogbad the Bad. Lovely run from Neve on her last pass into the 12s. And now cutting zero lights. In fact, zero lights a pair. So Neve gets there first with another 12-9. And Billy backs out of it. Strike there, 14.66. So Bob Main and Jason Pickett. Jason Darling, well, he's got a 1090 on the back window. That's when he was running the car a few weeks ago in Pro ET. And I thoroughly enjoyed that, but now back in Gasser Circus. Good looking run there for Jace. Is he going to hit the 10.9 straight away? Oh, 11.04, 118. And a very good afternoon to Sue as well. Nice to see you back. All right, the chopped and slammed. That came out wrong, didn't it? The Willis. Probably find out it's not a Willis either, but there we go. But heavily modified, that's for sure. Still finding its way around actually at the moment. So the returning Roaring Rat after a freshen up. Blimey, that sounds strong. Right, so the car's been over at Williams Brothers Racing for a freshen up as such. So Dan's had the engine out and the supercharger's been worked on. Engine's all been spruced up, looking very, very good indeed. A couple of other little tweaks here and there, and here it is. Keith Bartlett with Roaring Rat. So Keith short shifting, don't forget he hasn't driven this car for a good few months. 100 miles an hour at the 8th and 11.06, 122. Very nice return back to the track there for Keith. So what a way to blow the cobwebs out actually. 7.11 at 99 at the 8th and 11.06, 122 at the stripe there for Keith with Roaring Rat. Okay, Paul Hammond with the Roadster, and I don't know a huge amount about the car in the Slick Tricks lane. All I do know is it's not one of the Dodd cars. It might be. I think it is. Certainly one of the Surrey Muscle Gang. 1141, 116, and 1115, 117. Yeah, that's fact with Jason Dodd walking away. I think it was his dad. Not 100% sure, but get that confirmed in a little bit. So Glenda Thompson and Pete Wiseman, a couple of nostalgia superstockers. So good looking run here from Pete. Is he going to be into the high 9s or is he going to be a low 10? It's a low 10, a 10.16, 132. Glenda goes 14.90. That's 90. Andy Park running in Supercharged Outlaws this weekend. Then had his first run in the 10s off the trailer. A new set of heads amongst other things on the car there. Going alongside the Falcon. Andy Park, 10.20, 130, and 12.49, 112. Right, good to see Gary Carr back with us on track. And coming any further forward actually is Gary. So it's going to be a solo run then for Simon Prest with the Rocket. And Simon is almost I'm a Celebrity, get me out of here these days. The car featuring in the build-up and of course the latest Fast and the Furious films. And Simon goes through with 11.55. Right, Gary Carr now comes forward. Proper sleeper this one. So 383 small block built by Dan Williams powering this one. First run in anger for this car. See what he does. 1382 at 103. With more to come. A 237 60 foot tells the story there. So time for the 100Es. So we got Mark Haswell in the Kestrel lane. Jamie Hughes back down for another run. He is in the Slick Tricks lane. So Mark Haswell, 9-second performances out of this car. Lovely launch there, 137 to 60 foot. Good light as well, actually, considering it's run what you brung. So is he going straight into the nines? He is. 969, 140. Very good opener indeed. 1120, 128 there for Jamie. So it's going to be Matt Southcott with the orange Dodge Dart appearing in the Kestrel beer lane. And it's one of the outlaw anglers underneath us, but it's parked right under the tower, so I can't tell whose it is. But with Jed Kai down there, and I think that's Aaron as well. Gives a little clue. Just a little bit of clean up in the Slick Tricks lane, but they've just set the shear out there, so that'll be pretty quick. Simon goes 12, 12 out of 10. Box full of neutrals there, wouldn't shift from first to second there for Jace. As Chris gets a 14.16. Jason coasting across the line there at 44 miles an hour, 18.43. But yeah, car launched well, 151 to 60 foot, but wouldn't shift from first to second. And it will be the Willis getting there first. 11.03 at 121, plays at 12.52 at 106. So Ian Wild with the Wildcat. He's running in the Wild Bunch. Gets a 13.57 at 108. And an 18.87 at 74 in the Sleeper. With a 422 cubic inch Bel Air Chevy. And that's Phil Hobson going through in the Slick Tricks lane with a 12.21 at 110. And a 16.30 for the show. The performance belies the aerodynamics, it really does. It doesn't hang about. Glyn might catch it at the stripe, I don't think so. No, 11.33 plays at 12.03. Storming speed there for Glyn, 134 miles an hour at the stripe. It's annoying to say the least, it's all but gone now. So, good looking launch there from Ray. The run ain't bad either. 980, 136 off the trailer. And the Morgan goes through with 11.09 at 123. No more. A little bit of a double step off the line there for Lee. Just going to hurt the ET a fraction, but let's see what happens at the stripe. Low 10s is where this car normally is. And yeah, the double step cost him a couple of tenths there. 10.61, 130. .08, 139 miles an hour. Well, Matt Southgate had a really good run earlier. Unfortunately, I haven't got all of the times and speeds because everybody's just in time trial at the moment, so I don't have a bank of history of the runs. But certainly make a note of it this time round. Ben Kennedy running in Outlaw Anglia this weekend. Relentless full pop. That's looking good from Ben. It was looking good for Ben. Clicked it early. And that's a 10.32 at 1:39 that time, Matthew. Adam Novak representing Nostalgia Superstock. Again, I've got the information on the Dodge. Say though, good looking run, 9.57, 137. Adam goes 11.05 at 120. that could be Joel Kerr. Indeed it is, the stick lifter. So good to see Joel back here. So the Pontiac Star Chief then of Joel Kerr. Huge amount of rebuilding over the last few years. So his first pass, getting back into the groove. Well, he thought about it and then decided he was going to back out of it after all, but the car went a little bit right, but Joel had that totally under control. 113 to 60 foot and across the line in a 962, coasting at 89 miles an hour. But Joel is back. Well, something's resonating below us there. I think it is the list below me. Scooby's Revenge. And I believe that's Chris Coburn down there as well. So 12, 10, 114, plays a 13, 14. So Graham Barton with High Anxiety, and it is Whiplash of Martin Hallam. Couple of Gasser Circus entries. Practice today, qualifying tomorrow. .10 for Martin Hallam there, 125, and 1083 for Graham, 119. So Dominic Sharp, now know, is the driver of Outlaw Street, number 24 in the Slick Tricks lane. And a very, very cool 30s Ford in the Kestrel lane. That'll do nicely. 1031, 134. 12:38, 104, and 14:43 at 100. Paul Singer and Chris Tyhurst, your next pair. Well, that's a pick and choose one at the stripe. 12:49 plays at 12:57. Chris just getting there first. Wiseman with the damaged case, and it's Alfie Ratton has dipped this into the 8s. Sorry, Alfie Ratton. Getting the cars confused. That's Al Goulding, not Alfie Ratton. The Decree Absolute Vauxhall. Still got 8-second form though. Alfie drives a Toyota, this is a Vauxhall. Oh, beautiful launch there for Al. Right on the limit there. Oh, shame he had to click it early in the end there, but that was a good looking run. 10:30 at 95 mile an hour and a 9:93 135. Al Goulding was 571 at 112 miles an hour at the 8th and a 127 60 foot. That really did launch well. Pete Wiseman there, 993 at 135. Car going very well for him indeed. All right, Steve brings his beautiful Impala back down to the line once again. And how about the 56? Rolling Gold. Gold goes 1307. Steve Foreman goes 1590. Well, what a difference the weather has turned into now. Absolutely glorious out there. T-shirt weather. Quite sure on the outside temperature, probably what, 16, 17 degrees, but somebody told me different. Bit of a headwind still. But blue sky above and sun is shining, putting some extra heat into the track. And made even better by the appearance of the Tri-Chevy. So Robin Derrick, off he goes. So, 12:33, 17:79. Right, Gasser Circus once again. Steve Matthews, Ray Turner. So, a good 9-second pass earlier for Steve. Trademark wheelie off the line, very nicely done indeed, and straight this time as well, which always helps. And that's the 9 again, 9:73, 11:05 for Ray Turner. Setting themselves up nicely for qualifying tomorrow. Joe Stevens with the Sunbeam Stiletto. And Stuart Flinton with his 100E. So good mix of vehicles, one a 9-second old school Ford, the other a 7-second Street Eliminator weapon. Don't forget Joe just here for testing today, 939, 145. And Stuart goes 1091, 123. But both can go quicker. But as I say, both just purely testing today. Obviously Stuart will be looking to go consistent and better tomorrow. And Joe will do what he needs to do. So the time lock for the Wild Bunch, Gary Atkinson. Literally the first time the car's been run up properly and under forward motion, under load, since September last year. Just coasting to stop in the shadow here. I don't know, he's still moving. Yeah, still moving. So, track is now cleared. Time for the Morris Minor and the Hillman Husky to take to the quarter mile. Colin out in front, let's see what he can run here. 11.18, 130. Good turn of speed there. The minor goes through with the 12.81 at 103. Simon Glenn with the straight shooter. A little lost in pickup. Got the track to himself. I do apologise. I thought Colin was going to be on his own, but now join. Plays at 12.62. So, Gen 2 Camaro. Going alongside Greg Tate. .33 there for Greg, for Greg, and a 13.63. So pick your roadster. Paul Hammond will be welcome back in the 10s comfortably so. So Paul goes through with a 1287, a 1507 in the Slickstreets lane. Good strong burnout from the Morgan down there. I'll say it every time, but car not designed to go drag racing whatsoever, but these guys have made it work. Well, that sun is actually glistening quite bright now. It's quite difficult to actually see some of the cars. It's just the way the sun is at the moment. Place 1470. Right, Matthew Dowdy once again. Going alongside Lee Charles, a couple of Nostalgia Super Stockers. Right, come on, Matthew. Fingers crossed for a good run. Lee goes through the 10:03, Matthew goes 13:07. So Alan Schofield with the little altered. You see what I mean by a box of chocolates racing? You don't know what you're going to get. It's like a lucky dip, but it's a cool one as well. But it's Alan Schofield with the altered from the Wild Bunch, going alongside Julian Davis with the 100E. Someone hasn't got gears. Sounds like Alan. Yeah, 11:37 at 75. But it Jason Dodd and his dad. How cool is this? Gary Cork is in the Kestrel lane. 20 to 4 on a Friday afternoon here at Santa Pod Raceway. Day 1 of 3 for the NSRA Nostalgia Nationals. both going well. Barracuda will get there first. Nicely done. 10.30 at 130. And an 11.76 at 112. Two of the coolest Fords here you'll ever see. So Danny bringing the Ford up to the line. Let me say, you've got to go and have a look at this car at the pits. It's drop dead gorgeous, an engineering masterpiece. Totally street legal, runs in the nines. What more could you want? Oh, tyres protesting there. One, 146 miles an hour. And 1198, 119. Pete Christmas with the Fallen Angel and Andrew Bishop. So I'm impressed with the Rocket. Certainly one of the cooler cars around, without a shadow of a doubt. And of course you do have Billy Jones down there. Seventy-seven plays 754, 120 against 116.99, as near as 170 as you can get. So 12.43 plays a 13.65. Quick nose in the lanes, let's see who's down there. The usual culprits actually. Good mix of vehicles as always. Keith Bartlett below us with the Roaring Rat. Having just had a health check over at Williams Brothers Racing. Well, a little bit more than that, but will become clear in the next, well, however long it takes basically. So Keith Bartlett with Roaring Rat, 57 Chevy. Cyclone KB, 1102, 125. So Simon Booth and Keith Freeman for Supercharged Outlaws, your next pair. Now apparently, on that last run for Simon Booth, there was us looking at these two things through the binoculars on the track to see what they were. Apparently they're the wheelie bar wheels. So yeah, a little bit strange, but rumour has it that's what they were. To get on then. Keith and Simon, Supercharged Outlaws. So 10.03, 119. Keith was off the throttle at the stripe. And a 10.15. Look at the speed again for Simon there, 152 miles an hour. He is not hanging about. All we got to do is get the traction off the line, and that car will come around nicely. 196 to 60 foot that time, but it did take a little hop off the line, so it's definitely more to come. So I don't know much about this this car at all, unfortunately. So unfortunately, well, it's now being pushed back. It's like a little trail of fluid underneath. Oh. Fingers crossed it's not too bad. So just a little clear up, get that sorted. Colin out in front. Let's see what he can run here. 11.18, 130. Plays a 12.62. back in the 10s comfortably so. So Paul goes through with a 1287, a 1507 in the... Well, that sun is actually glistening quite bright now. It's quite difficult to actually see some of the cars. It's just the way the sun is at the moment. '91 plays 1417. Come on, Matthew. Fingers crossed for a good run. Lee goes through with the 10:03. Matthew goes 13:07. So it's Bob Main with the Superbird. Going alongside Pete Wiseman with the damage case. It's the pair of Nostalgia Super Stockers. Pete running very nice high nines. And a 991 this time round for Pete. Bob goes 14.98, a little bit off pace for what Bob's been running, but nevertheless, loads of track time for him today. So the Ralph Speed Shop, as I say, defies logic, this car. You might just give it enough horsepower, anything can do that. Going alongside the 32. $10.83, 126. Oh, pretty much side by side all the way up the quarter mile. 12.92 to 13.21. So Graham Barton with high anxiety. Well, he's getting a few laps in today, really good to see. And of course, for entertainment value, Neil Francis running in Nostalgia Superstock. Graham just get a little bit left of his lane, but absolutely no problem there at all. 10.79, Neil goes 12.72. Once again, the lane's looking rather chock-a-block over there. Gary Carr is down there with his, shall we say, temporary car. Brian Savage is down there, John Sleeth, Paul Lawn. They're all tucked around there, but got some rather big engine stuff going around the corner. So the Bluebird just about to go and put some extra traction down out there. So a little bit of pause on the commentary for a few moments. We'll be back with you soon. So the Camaro gets there first, goes 13.72 at 91, and then 15.10 there from Bob. Adam this year. Mashes the loud pedal, gives it all it's got. Going alongside the 39 Ford. Adam goes 11.08 and 11.92. Sure who is in the Kestrel lane. One of our Outlaw Street entries. It's a little bit high on the revs.
The whole car, but I do think it's
that's it gathered up.
It's going to be coming
Nails
out
it again.
next.
Mick Hanna, good turn of speed at the stripe. Yeah, going to be 130 plus. It is 132. 10.97. And Pete Dodd. And indeed, yes, it is. Racing last weekend, consistently in the night. The Haggis Hunter. Absolutely drop dead gorgeous slingshot this from the Supercharged Outlaws. So just bring the car up to the line then. For the first time this year then, Mick Hanna. Well, that sounded and looked like a planned 330-foot pass there. Just blowing all the cobwebs out. Having said that, he's basically stopped at the finish line. Coasted across the line at 26 miles an hour. So they've opened the gate and hopefully Mick can roll forward and take the first exit. Although it looks close by, it's probably a couple of hundred yards to get to the first exit from the finish line. That's right, yeah, the car is actually being physically pushed to that first exit to that's a big old job actually. Just one member of our track crew taking care of that. Oh, well done. Mind you, still got to push it a fair old way yet. There we go, he's through. Because you still have the wheelie bar to get through the gate and then have to be able to close the gate as well. And gate now closed. So we continue then with Gary Carr. The Monte Carlo going alongside the Gen 2 Chevy Camaro. Well, 93 plays the 1377. So Brian Savage against Ford Skip. Well, Ford getting quite comfy in this car now. Went into the 10s on his second pass. Brian in the 10s, well, pretty much every pass he does now. Wow, cracking run for young Ford there. Oh, nearly in the 9s. 10 flat, 135 miles an hour. Cracking young Charger there they've got in their hands to try and tame. But well done Ford. 10 flat, 135. He'll be in the 9s next pass, surely. 1084 on that beautiful 30s Ford from Brian Savage. And talking of beautiful Fords, got another one here in the Slick Tricks lane going alongside that a Rolling Gold. 1167, 122, and a 1294. So Neve with Not Bad the Bad, and Paul with Out on Bail. 100E against the Gasser Circus. Well, not against, they're just lining up alongside each other. Well, Neve looking very comfortable in knockback, that's for sure. Good run for Paul, 1190 and a 1285 at 104. Yeah, ticking all the boxes is Neve today. Very, very good indeed. Sleeth with the Camaro going alongside the Gasser Circus entry there. This is Patrick Hobbs. Well, I think John will be quite happy with his reaction time when he sees that on his slip, 0.1. And the ET is a 977 at 136. Patrick goes 1135 at 112. Matt Southcott with the Dodge. 3 last time out. That is Adrian Portelli with the 66 Charger. So potentially side-by-side 10s here, but different ways of doing it. Oh, lovely launch there. In actual fact, that is going to be quicker than a 10.3 for Matt Southcott if he keeps his foot all the way buried. way quicker. 894, 150, 1094. For Adrian, but cracking pass there for Matt. 894, 150. He'll be extremely happy with that one. Right, Robbie Grabham with Freddy's Revenge. Fair to say his first pass was a little bit bouncy. Made some adjustments inside the bell housing, and we'll give that another go. Well, 190 mile an hour on the first pass off the trailer. But then if the fuel altered or an altered isn't moving around a bit, then it ain't unaltered. .727, 188. The car was moving all around the place at the top end, but one thing didn't change was the engine note. Robbie had his foot welded to the firewall there. He was not lifted for anything. Typical altered driver. Absolutely brilliantly controlled by Robbie. That was really entertaining. Dave's going to have a look through that video afterwards and think, maybe you should have got out of that, but no. Robbie was having none of it. He's under control. And great bit of driving there. And what's more, it's fully entertaining as well. Well done, Robbie. Right, Glenda Thompson with a Nostalgia Super Stocker. And Jamie Hughes down for another one with his 100E. Looks like the wind speed's picked up a little bit out there as the turbines seem to be rotating a bit faster, and also all the flags completely pointing at us here in the tower. So maybe a bit of a stiffer headwind now. Well on to Freddy's Revenge team. Going to pick young Robbie up from the top end. You know what, despite the delayed start, turned into a pretty decent day at the drags, to be honest with you. Some good entertaining runs from a number of people, and the entertainment's going to continue, just looking in the lanes to see what we can see. Let's have a look. We have got looks like Lee Johnston coming around the corner with Ain't No Saint the Volvo. Indeed it is. And going alongside Dave Mott with the Brickyard Slayer. Can also see the Angry Bird car. I can see Matt Dowdy down there. James Auld is down there with Little Faust. And I tell you what, there's loads more all tucked round the corner. Sorry, the Brickyard Shaker. I said Slayer, didn't I? Apologies for that. So, Steve Horman just sneaks one in as I was looking the other way. Goes 1580 at 86 miles an hour. Well, Lee Johnston went, I think it was 10.10 on his last pass. Going to be in the 10s again. 10.31, 1.30 on this pass. And Dave goes 13.13 at 100 miles an hour. Oh, real good news that the Angry Bird car has made it down. Was shut off earlier for a leak, but oh no, on hold. And the pure reason for that is that oh no, sorry, I thought there was cars stuck in the shutdown area, but no, they're okay. Oh, turning into a real frustrating day for the Angry Bird car. So, Matthew Dowdy getting rather comfortable in this car now. Chevy Nova. 13.11, 105. Nicely done, Matthew. Looking in the lanes, you can see Gary Atkinson's time locked, and see James Old with Little Faust. That's the two Wild Bunch entries. $12.78, 103 there for James. So it's the time lock car of Gary Atkinson. Time now 4:20 on a Friday afternoon here at the Nostalgia Nationals. Another bank holiday weekend, but this time, bank holiday Monday, we all get to stay at home, and our event here finishes on the Sunday. And still got an amazing mix of vehicles coming down into the lanes. So let's see how the time lock car gets on, going alongside the youngster, Isaac Butcher. Gary goes 9.38 at 140, and how about 12.74, 113? He's doing well, that lad. Right, passenger ride in the pickup truck this time round. No idea who the passenger is. Well, to be fair, I don't know who the driver is either. but this will be an experience. If it's their first time around the drag strip, they're never going to forget. Oh, where did he go? Oh, now he's decided to stop. I'm a bit late. 12:10 at 108 for the two people in the pickup truck. No time or speed, unfortunately, the slick trick plane. Right, Simon Glenn with the straight shooter going alongside the 32 Ford in the Kestrel lane. .61 place 14:05. Ian Tweddle with Anxious, his little outlaw Anglia. Alongside Connor Hall with the Plymouth. Well, that's 11:85 for Ian there, 100 miles an hour at the stripe, and 12:53 at 1:04 for Connor. Good little pairing, this one, actually. John Dalrymple with the full tilt Willis. Driving alongside Scott Collin with Adrenaline Rush, the 100E. Well into the nines. Actually, for both cars. Wow. 10:02 for John, but 9:32 there for Scott Collin. 147 miles an hour, ticking lots of boxes. At the moment is Scott. Relatively soft on the launch, but nevertheless really piling it on now. Jason Pickett with Cherry Bomb, the Gasser Circus engine. Oh no, going to be on his own as well. Bob Gallagher being pushed back. A slight fluid leak, I think, there. Cheeky little wheelie off the line there. Jason powering up very nicely indeed. 10:95, 1:18, nicely race, back in the tens. Happy man. Right, please, third time lucky for the Angry Bird. Going alongside Graham Scrivens. So 3-litre Toyota power in the Angry Bird, turboed as well. Well, Graham coming to a virtual standstill out there. The Angry Bird goes through with a 1370 at 125, just didn't build up boost. But at least it went 8 to B. Graham with an issue there, just coasting across the line at 35 miles an hour. Just rolling gently down the shutdown area. So Stuart Arthur up next with the Plymouth. And it is going to be Stuart Thompson with the Duster. But just on pause for a moment until we can clear the top end. Graham just going around the corner right now. So top end is clear. So just on pause for a moment. I think Ian is sprinting for the tractor. So yeah, just a pause for the moment. Whilst we've got no engines running, absolutely perfect opportunity to just give a shout out to Ian Blackett down there. A very good afternoon to you, Ian. Hope you're keeping well, mate. Yourself and Paula, very, very busy weekend for them this weekend, as it's the first time they've captured a lot of cars that are here this weekend for the first time this year. So make sure you do stop by Blackett Photography Studios next to the pairing lanes. Go and check out all of the images that they've taken. Basically, you need to know what time of day you ran, and then they'll be able to find your images very quickly indeed. And to say that Ian takes thousands of pictures a day is an understatement. He literally just doesn't stop. And when he gets moments like this, he'll take the memory cards into Paula, and she'll get them on the computer, and then you can select your images. And they've got various packages available to you racers and you fans alike. It's not limited to the racers. Any person can pop into Blackett Photography and have a look at all the images that they've got. So make sure you pop into their studio. It is next to the pairing lanes. You can't really miss it. And even got some benches outside, so once you've got your pictures, you can go outside and have a look. Also, whilst I'm giving shout outs, you need to pop over to see the NSRA. They have got their merchandise marquee the other side of the crossroads, actually. And obviously tomorrow and Sunday, that's where all the show cars will be parked as well. So get hold of the latest merchandise from them, including the event t-shirt. Which reminds me, I need to go and pick mine up at some stage. So hopefully they'll be there after we finished Run With Your Brung today. We've got various traders here this weekend as well. So please make sure you support them as they support the facility here at Santipod Raceway. And one stand that I found last weekend, and we'll go and check it out again today, is the motoring artist. That is Ian Guy. He's got a stand right behind the main grandstand, and some of the artwork he's got there is just absolutely top drawer. So please pop down and see Ian. And it's a real opener of some of the pictures that he's got down there, so definitely worth checking out. Obviously, you need to go into the pod shop at some stage because they've got all the latest merchandise in there as well, including the new FIA range. But every time you go in there, there's generally something new each time. So they're certainly on the ball with their on their merchandise front anyway. Not only that, they have got all the camping supplies as well. So yeah, very, very good selection of items in there as well. Now there is another stand that I am looking for. Obviously all of our food traders are here as well. So obviously they will be serving everybody dinner a bit later on. And also the Pod Cafe, very good breakfast in there as well. So I've been told, I haven't had one myself, I'm not allowed, but there's loads of good stuff down there. Information on the Dodge. Needless to say though, good looking run, 9:57, 137. Adam goes 11:05 at 120. So 12, 10, 114, the plays are 13, 14. Ten for Martin Hallam there, 125, and 1083 for Graham, 119 in the Castrol lane. That'll do nicely, 1031, 134. Paul Singer and Chris Tyhurst, your next pair. Well, that's a pick and choose one at the stripe. 1249 plays a 1257. Chris just getting there first. Beautiful launch there for Al. Right on the limit there. Oh, shame he had to click it early in the end there, but that was a good looking run. 10:30 at 95 mile an hour and a 9:93 135. Al Goulding was 571 at 112 miles an hour at the 8th and 127 60 foot. Gold goes 1307. Steve Foreman goes 1590. Better by the appearance of the Tri Chevy. Robin Derrick. Off he goes. Trademark wheelie off the line. Very nicely done indeed, and straight this time as well, which always helps. That's the 9 again, 9.73, 11.05 for Ray Turner. Let's go, Joe. Colin out in front. Let's see what he can run here. 11.18, 130. Plays at 12.62. Paul Hammond will be welcome back in the 10s comfortably so. So Paul goes through with a 12.87, a 15.07. Quickly, he says it, I hope, but various places not too far away, absolute deluge of rain, but we seem to have dodging it rather well today, so thank goodness for that. But if you live in Biggleswade, ring home and get them to close the windows. That's how wet it is over there. If you look directly sort of behind like VIP Bankside and look into the distance, see how grey and horrible it is over there. We've managed to miss that one, thank goodness. We may still get the odd spot which can prevent us from running, but bearing in mind, what's the time now? 20 to 5. We've done really well today, really well. Other updates. Many thanks indeed to Dave Gibbons. Just to update us that we got one of the cars totally wrong today. We said Matt Southcote was driving a Dodge Dart. It's not, it's a Plymouth Scamp. Powered by a blown 540 big block with twin Tony Morris carburetors on it. So that car's run 8.94 today. And also, the other update I've been given, and I should have spotted this one earlier but missed it, the 454 big block second gen Camaro. Didn't know who it was, but I do now. It's Matt Glassop. So good to see Matt here. Hopefully not an issue for Kiwi. He's been pushed back. And we're, yeah, Stuart, I think he's going to go back. I think there could be just a couple of spots at the top end. So it's just a pause at the moment. So we just got to see how this one pans out. But one thing is for sure is that the pairing lanes are chock-a-block down there. Most of the vehicles that are down there we have seen run today, to be fair. And obviously we'd like them to get more runs. So we're just going to see how this one pans out. Nobody's rushing off anywhere at all. We're just on. But in actual fact, no. I was going to say we're on pause, but not now. Time to bring them forward again. but always have to be careful. So Kiwi going to bring the Duster forward. And he will be going alongside Stuart Arthur with the Plymouth. Big wheels up launch there for Kiwi. That was a bit higher than what we're used to. So that hooked and went. 987, 138. Good hard charging run there. 13.19 at 103 there for Stuart. Steve Matthews with Honky Tonkin in the Kestrel lane. Going alongside this very, very good looking Morris Minor. Lovely launch there from Steve. Another 9-second pass coming up. 9.66, 134, his quickest of the day. Nicely done, Steve. And the Minor goes through with a 13.23 at 101. All right, Taz Racing. Darren Scannell with the Escort. And as I say, unfortunately, I haven't got the name of the driver of the pickup. $9.27, 140, and Darren well in the nines this time. 9.67 at 139. Side by side nines there from Taz. We like that. All right, Bob Gallagher once again. Bob getting some laps in today, which is really good to see. Going alongside Gary Cork. Gary with a good looking run here, goes 11.75, he'll take that very nicely indeed, 113. And Bob just cruising up to the stripe at the moment, gets there with 83 mile an hour, 21 seconds. Right, Holly Butcher. Very nice looking Dodge there, going alongside 57 Ford pickup. Oh, look at the reaction times from these two. 0-1 from Holly, and she got treed. 006 from the pickup. Both of them wide away club off the line. Right, 39 Ford and 32 Ford. 1160 plays a 1307. We continue the theme of Nostalgia Superstock, this time with Chris Laram with the Ford in the Slick Tricks lane. Going alongside Connor Hall with the Barracuda. Drive 45 plays a 1409. So Brian Watson with that absolutely gorgeous slingshot. But unfortunately lost fire and now being pushed back. The vehicle is called Old Black Betty. Yeah, it's one of these slingshots don't like is being pushed backwards actually, just the way the front wheel angle is on these. And, could be going that way again. But beautiful car. Absolutely beautiful car. Still a huge mix of vehicles in the lanes. Some old school, some even older school. Well, that's not hanging about. 191 to 60 foot. 8th mile, 8 seconds, and reaches 88 miles an hour there. And at the stripe, 12:30 at 115. That's pretty impressive. So I think well, the engine won't fire for Brian. Yeah, so going to give Brian every opportunity, but need to get some other cars around. So whilst they suss out whatever the issue is with the slingshot. We'll just park him up for a few moments. So it's going to be Simon Prest with the Rocket coming round the corner, going alongside. I love that. Can't beat a supercharger on an old school Ford. Awesome. So the Ralph Speed Shop entry then. Definitely not hanging about, that's for sure. As I say, one of the least aerodynamic cars here, slab fronted at the windscreen. So it really is just pushing air out of the way as best as it can. When you go into a headwind as well, it just makes life even harder. But the way to overcome that is with horsepower. And does it rather well. 1081, 126, and Simon Prest goes 1140 at 180. Ben Kennedy with the relentless Ford pop. Ben has had a couple of runs in today. Going alongside Luke Hoskins, and I think this is Luke's first run. I recall him getting a run earlier, but I may have missed it or forgotten about it. Oh, hey, Ben Kennedy lifting those front wheels up, left well and truly on boost there. Oh, very entertaining. 983 there for Ben, 998 for Luke. It was all going on then. For the Watts Shop, this is Ray Colclough going alongside Mr. Hobson with old Scalabolts. Well, Phil gets a slightly better light, but Ray is long gone. So Ray in the nines, surely. Yeah, 974, 136, and a 1220, 110. And two more from the Watts Shop, Duncan Watts and Glyn Boardman.
10 flat, plays 971.
Dave Mott with Brickyard Slayer. $13.08. Played $15.52. Jason Dodd, his old man for company as well. Jason just got his nose in front, goes 10.76 against 11.29. So obviously, yeah, Paul Dodd in the slick tricks there. Jason is in the Kestrel lane. So Keith Freeman. So a good 9-second pass, hopefully, for Keith here. Well, just about 998, 139 mile an hour. So Simon Glenn and Gary Carr. Gary in the Monte Carlo this weekend. Yeah, I think we got a couple of spots at the top end at the moment, so we're going to be pushing Simon Glenn back, and Gary Carr reverse lights come on. Right, just managing to catch up on A few people just messaging in. Ian Turbeville tuned in. Very good afternoon to you, Ian. Now then, the Dodge Dart driven by Holly Butcher in Nostalgia Superstock is Ian's old car. So Ian following that one with interest. Daniel Grinrod has been in touch. Could I have a shout out for all the lads down in Dead Man's Corner from Daniel, sat in hospital bed after having his appendix out. Hopefully going to make it to the main event. Oh, Daniel, I certainly hope so, mate. Wishing you all the best. Oh, Jason Whitney, he's down on the banking at the top end somewhere. Good afternoon to you, Jace. He says still nice and clear down at the finishing line. That was only, what, 8 minutes ago, so well, maybe a few more minutes after that. But looking at the distance, yeah, could be a little bit of precipitation down by the trees at the moment, so maybe that is the reason for the hold at the moment. But bear with us, and as soon as we're good to go once again, you'll hear engines fire up. So pause from commentary just for the time being. Nice little opener there, 1081, 119. So a bit of concern about weather conditions today. They're on a full-on headwind as well. And it doesn't take a rocket scientist to look into the distance. You think that's looking a little bit gloomy ahead, but it is what it is. We'll deal with it as best as we can. So good idea to try and get some early runs in if you can. But yeah, it is going to be one of those days today. But let's. So 1587 Impala. Unfortunately, no time or speed for the Willis, and we do know that's Ian Wild with the Wildcat down there. Jag straight 6 power. And Ian gets there with the 1503 tonight with his Ford. Proper little launch there. Now we're going to see Graham straight into the 10s. Looks like he's going to be. Indeed he is. 1022, 129, no holding back whatsoever there. Barracuda. Going alongside Connor Hall with his Plymouth. And a 1032, 123, and a 1259, 105. Neil Francis. So good looking pass from Neil Francis there, goes 12.27 at 108. Proper hard charging launch there for John. 621 at the 8th, that's going to be quick. Yep, 978, 136 miles an hour. Got a very, very busy BRKC event. That's a British Rental Karting Championship. Always follow that with great interest. And James does all the commentary and interviews and everything for that, and does a cracking job with that. And also rides bikes in his spare time, driven all sorts of vehicles in many different disciplines over the years. But this is a good release for James, actually, bringing this dragster out. So much history with this vehicle as well. In this Dodge. I don't know who the driver is, unfortunately, but I will try and get hold of an Outlaw Street list of people who's here this weekend and find out more. But that is looking very nice indeed. Very nice, 920, 149. Paul goes through 1114 at 119. So Jason goes through with a 1094 at 123. Dave Mott 1308 at 102. Love the colour scheme. Rolling Gold is the name of the car. 377 cubic inch power. And that is moving along very nicely indeed. Goes 1286 at 103. The Camaro goes 1469 at 94. I've got a sneaky suspicion there's a lot more to come from that Camaro. The skin of this car is a 9-second street car. Does not hang about at all. Darren Scannell driving it as always for all it's worth. Nice fair, you've got two 9-second cars here actually. Darren goes 1075, 1056 for Danny. But the stickers have only just come off on the burnout. So Andy Park then, let's have a look at the 8th. 658, 104, so that's straight into the 10s for Andy by the looks of it. Yeah, 1038, 128, that's gone really well for his first pass. Oh, just getting a little bit squirrely off the line there. Love the colour scheme as well in the Golf colours. Lovely launch there for Lee. Carried the front wheels to the tree. 987, 135. Very good opener indeed there for Lee. So pick your charger. Different years, obviously. Adrian's going to get there first with a 1098. Glenda goes 1431. Customary wheelie there for Steve. And Ray not hanging about. Low 10, possibly a 9. It is a 981, 133 there for Steve. And a 1095, 118 for Ray Turner. Eagle. And once all hooked up and going well, we'll be in the 7-second zone. But Joe here for some testing today and over the course of the weekend. But 962, 149, nice opener for Joe. Lots of wheel spin there for Simon. Eventually gets it hooked up. Keith Freeman goes 976 at 139. Simon goes 1174. But look at the speed for Simon. Say one of the coolest looking vehicles you'll see here. A little bit too much power off the line. Well, Robbie bouncing all over the lane there, but driving it like an altered, and is exactly what he said. Aiming for a low 7, and that's what they got. A 737, 190 miles an hour. Very, very good run indeed. And Ian Mario, the Banzai, 924 at 1. Okay, let's have a look as we get ready for our appearance of Scott Collin with Adrenaline Rush. Oh, that's a beautiful opener. Arrow straight all the way to a 942 at 146 miles an hour. Very purposeful machine as well. And that's hooked up and gone beautifully. 142 to 60 foot. Whoa, he's getting a little bit squirrely. The block falls over in sympathy. Goes 1051 at 114. Graham Barton goes through. Isaac He's got the nerves out of the way and he's starting to drive the car really well. That'll do, 12.32, 113. And 13.25 at 99 for the 32 Ford. That's cool. Mash the nail pedal, just a little bit of a pedal as you approach the 330, but taking it all the way through. It goes 10.39 at 136 miles an hour. Excellent. So the Camaro gets there first, goes 13.72 at 91, and then 15.10 there from Bob. Mashes the loud pedal, gives it all it's got. Going alongside the 39 Ford. Adam goes 11.08 and 11.92. Sure who is in the Kestrel lane. One of our Outlaw Street entries. It's a little bit high on the revs and gets it gathered up. Nails it again. Good turn of speed at the stripe. Yeah, going to be 130 plus it is. 132, 10.97. And Pete Dodd. Pete racing last weekend, consistently in the 9.2s, and eventually got his 9.16 that he was dialing in. And Gary Cork looking to get into the 11s on a regular basis. Yep, 9.26, pretty much exactly where Pete left off last week, so that's where he should be dialing in. And Simon goes 12.12 out of 10. Box full of neutrals there, wouldn't shift from first to second there for Jace. As Chris gets a 14.16. Jason coasting across the line there at 44 miles an hour, 18.43. But yeah, car launched well, 151 to 60 foot, but wouldn't shift from first to second. Willis getting there first. 11.03 at 121, plays at 12.52 at 106. So Ian Wild with the Wildcat. He's running in the Wild Bunch. Gets a 13.57 at 108. And an 18.87 at 74 in the Slipstream. With a 422 cubic inch Bel Air Chevy. And that's Phil Hobson going through in the Slick Tricks lane with a 12.21 at 110. And a 16.30 for the performance. Belies the aerodynamics, it really does. Doesn't hang about. Glyn might catch it at the stripe, I don't think so. No, 11.33 plays a 12.03. Storm overwhelming speed there for Glyn. 134 miles an hour at the stripe. It's annoying to say the least. It's all but gone now. So good looking launch there from Ray. The run ain't bad either. 980, 136 off the trailer. And the Morgan goes through with 1109 at 123. No more. A little bit of a double step off the line there for Lee. So yes, just going to hurt the ET a fraction, but let's see what happens at the stripe. Low tens is where this car normally is. And yeah, the double step cost him a couple of tenths there. 1061, 130. .1008, 139 miles an hour. Wasn't sure if he was going to shift into another gear or not then, but nevertheless, a nice opener in this car. So it'll be a sighting run just to see how things are. And well, Matthew's just taking it all the way through. Spot the racer. That'll do. 13:24, 106. In actual fact, they both are. Without a shadow of a doubt. Well, the Husky with a much better pass this time round. 11:57 at 124. Dave goes 13:69 at 102. One in the 11s, one in the 9s. .977 at 137. Race of 12 flat at 108. Two quick cars. Let's see how they get on. Oh, a little bit wiggly from there from Paul. Stewart straight and true. Goes 11:43. Paul goes 12:67. Reedy's dart. Nice launch there from Lee once again. Now he was straight to the 9s off the trailer. And I think he's going to stay there. Oh no, 10:06. Just a little bit slower this way round. And now cutting 0 lights. In fact, 0 lights a pair. So Neve gets there first with another 12, 12.9. Hughes back down for another run. He is in the slick tricks lane. So Mark Haswell, 9-second performances out of this car. Lovely launch there, 137 to 60 foot. Good light as well, actually, considering his run what you brung. So is he going straight to the 9s? He is. 969, 140. Very good opener indeed. Relentless full pop. That's looking good from Ben. Was looking good for Ben. Clicked it early. And that's a 10:32 at 1:39 that time, Matthew. Again, I've got the information on the Dodge. Say though, good looking run. 9:57, 137. Adam goes 11:05 at 120. 12, 10, 114, plays a 13, 14. $10.10 for Martin Hallam there, 125, and 10.83 for Graham, 119 in the Kestrel lane. That'll do nicely, 10.31, 134. Paul Singer and Chris Tyhurst, your next pair. Well, that's a pick and choose one at the stripe. 12.49 plays a 12.57. Chris just getting there first. Beautiful launch there for Al. Right on the limit there. Shame he had to click it early in the end there, but that was a good looking run. 10.30 at 95 mile an hour and a 9.93 135. Al Goulding was 5.71 at 112 miles an hour at the 8th and a 127 60 foot. Gold goes 13.07. Steve Foreman goes 15.90. Better by the appearance of the Tri-Chevy. So Robin Derrick, off he goes. Trademark wheelie off the line, very nicely done indeed, and straight this time as well, which always helps. And that's the 9 again, 9.73, 11.05 for Ray Turner. Go, Joe. So Colin out in front. Let's see what he can run here. 11.18, 130. Plays at 12.62. Paul Hammond will be welcome back in the 10s comfortably so. So Paul goes through with a 12.87, a 15.07 in the sun is actually glistening quite bright now. It's quite difficult to actually see some of the cars. It's just the way the sun is at the moment. Plays 14.70. Right, come on, Matthew. Fingers crossed for a good run. Lee goes through with the 10.03. Matthew goes 13.07. Big hammer. Well, that sounded and looked like a planned 330-foot pass there. Just blowing all the cobwebs out. Having said that, he's basically stopped at the finish line. Coasted across the line at 26 miles an hour. So they've opened the gate and hopefully Mick can roll forward and take the first exit. Going alongside the Gen 2 Chevy Camaro. Plays a 13.77. Well, Ford getting quite comfy in this car now. Went into the 10s on his second pass. Brian in the 10s, well, pretty much every pass he does now. Wow, cracking run for young Ford there. Oh, nearly in the 9s. 10 flat, 135 miles an hour. Cracking young Charger there they've got in their hands to try and tame. Well, that beautiful 30s Ford from Brian Savage. And talking of beautiful Fords, got another one here in the Slick Tricks lane going alongside that the Rolling Gold. 1167, 122, and a 1294. Well, I think John will be quite happy with his reaction time when he sees that on his step, 0-1. And the ET is a 977 at 136. Patrick goes 1135 at 112. Lovely launch there. And that is going to be quicker than the 10.3 from Matt Southcote if he keeps his foot all the way buried. Way quicker, 8.94, 150, a 10.94. For Adrian, but cracking pass there for Matt, 8.94, 150. He'll be 727, 188. The car was moving all around the place at the top end, but one thing didn't change was the engine note. Robbie had his foot welded to the firewall there. Looks like the wind speed's picked up a little bit out there, as the turbines seem to be rotating a bit faster. Also, all the flags completely pointing at us here in the tower. So maybe a bit of a stiffer headwind now. Well, on to Freddie's Revenge team. Going to pick young Robbie up from the top end. Well, Lee Johnson went, I think it was 10.10 on his last pass. going to be in the tens again. 10:31, 1:30 on this pass. And Dave goes 13:13 at 100 miles an hour. The theme of Nostalgia Superstop this time with Chris Laram with the Ford in the Slick Tricks lane. Going alongside Connor Hall with the Barracuda. Star 45 plays a 14:09. Flat plays 9-7.